speakers. So please welcome дня всім. Вас вітає Український культурний фонд. Мене звати Ірина Осадчая, я заступник виконавчого директора з питань організаційного розвитку. Сьогодні
Today, till the end of the day, we're going to discuss Ukrainian Cultural Fund, and today we're going to have three blocks. We're going to discuss our creative accelerator, business culture hub, business which is supporting culture, and the third block would be dedicated to our innovation program, cultural space. A few words about Ukrainian Cultural Fund. What is Ukrainian Cultural Fund? My clicker doesn't work at the moment. Ukrainian Cultural Fund was founded in 2018, and the main objective is support of culture and art in the country and the conditions for the development of the culture. Ukrainian Cultural Fund works according to the law on cultural institutes. The mission of Cultural Fund is to initiation in culture and creative system, and also we're protecting cultural heritage. Strategical strategy is the same. We have to enhance financial and economical situation and internationalization of Ukrainian culture. At the moment, Ukrainian Culture Fund is working on the new strategy, which will be adopted since 2021. If we're talking in numbers about Ukrainian cultural funds, then as you can see, in 2021, we had a pretty difficult year because we had the biggest number of requests. So you can see the number of the requests. This year it was 3,734, and in blue you can see the number of grants. In 2021, at the moment, there is 547, and at the moment they are implemented, and you can see these projects in different parts of Ukraine, and they are marked as the ones who get the support from Ukrainian Cultural Fund. And in January we got 10,120 requests and 2,477 grants, and we can see that the tendency is changing, and we hope that the financial support from the state budget will increase. And if we're talking about the projects which were supported in 2021, you can see that we have 13 grant programs, so that is analytical culture, audiovisual art, children of the culture, meaningful events, inclusive art, a development of innovation and cultural project, culture, tourism regions, education, exchange and residence, and at the moment we have 75 grant agreements for scenarios, and also we have the separate program for the grants for individuals. Here you can see top 5 of the regions of Ukraine who gave us the biggest number of requests. Of course, Kiev is top 1 here, 1,491. The second one is Lviv, Kharkiv, Kiev region, and Odessa region. Ukrainian Cultural Fund is supporting all spheres of art, that is audio, art, cultural in heritage, literature, and editing, performing arts. And the ninth sector is cultural and educational tourism. Next year, we are considering the possibility to support tourism, as there would be some amendments to the law, and after that we will understand if we are able to support tourism. The main activities of Ukrainian Cultural Fund are implemented through, first of all, grant programs, which is our main objective, that are the competition programs, and also the institutional initiative, that are programs which we are creating for our strategies. And again, the slide with grant programs. This year we had 13 of them, and we're going to deep dive in details a bit later. And if we're talking, if we're discussing the requests, each year we are announcing the grant season, and we are inviting to apply for grant, and usually we are opening the grant season in autumn. This year we are going to open grant season for 2022, and we are working on the program, and there would be some small amendments to the program, but the main pool of programs will be the same. Three types of the projects. You can three types of the programs. First is the individual program, that is cultural and art projects for one person. The other type is when you have the partnership with a national partner, that is a partner from the other regions of Ukraine, and the international cooperation project, when the applicant wants to work with international partner. What are the stages of these programs? First, we have technical shortlist. After that, we have expert estimation, and each application is estimated by 5 experts, and the final decision is made through approval of the direction and supervisory board, and after that there is an agreement, and the applicants get the budget. The biggest our project is innovation cultural product, which has to support a competitive role of cultural and creative industries, and there are 4 lots, and that are exhibitional projects, music, theater and circus, literature and media, cultural and heritage, modern fashion and design, urban and public spaces, and dance. We have Bazaar Fashion Forward, which is held by Harper's Bazaar, Tetramatica. This is a project of this year, and that is an audiovisual project. The next part is debuts, and there we have 4 lots that are educational projects. That is, first lot is educational programs, second mobility and exchange programs, third residence, and debut. The examples are Terrarium, the residence for authors who are working on movies, and the first international residence, European Glass Education. One of the biggest programs is Meaningful Events, which has 5 events, meaningful events in Ukraine, participation of Ukraine in meaningful international events, memorable dates of Ukrainian culture, meaningful events of Ukrainian history and culture of Crimea. and you have seen the events in different parts of Ukraine, and a lot of events were supported by Ukrainian Cultural Fund. And as for meaningful events, you know a very famous project Kovcheg Ukraina, and also Banderstadt festival. The next part is inclusive art, which is implemented with which is supported by British Council, and we have 3 lots. So that is support of arts with disabilities, inclusive cultural project, and inclusive society. And the examples you can see on the screen: audiovisual art. That is a separate program, and we have the sector of audiovisual art, and we have a very big demand, and that is the reason why we have it as a separate program. There are 4 lots. So that is TV product, radio product, video content and media platform, the development of kino projects, and the 4th one is also the scenarios part. And you can see the open direction UI second system, the first mobile application of Chernobyl with our AR technology, culture, tourism, and region, supported by USAID and state program of tourism. And the first lot is a cultural tourist road, the second one local museums, and the third one local festivals. And this year we had lots of them, and they are co-financed with the local authorities. The examples, the very interesting program for changes, the culture for changes. We have 2 programs which are supported by German fund, Remembrance, Responsibility, Future, and the second one is supported by British Council in Ukraine. In 2020, we have implemented 9 programs in cooperation with Germany. In 2021, we have 16 projects implemented with Germany, and this year, when British Council joined us, we have 12 Ukrainian British programs. The examples of these programs are Ukrainian and Zhyvohliadova. The program is not a very big one, but it's very famous. It had a very interesting format. First, the applications were first we were gathering the funds on the crowdfunding, and later they were contacting the fund, and fund was co-financing the program. And there is YouTube channel Hubble Tubble and Know Your Country online course, and as a separate program we have Culture Plus, and we have 3 lots. The first one is Street Cultures, which is implemented with platform Street Culture. Second lot is Culture and Veterans, which is implemented with the Veterans organization. And the third lot, Culture and Education, is supported by Osvitoria. Our biggest program is cultural capitals of Ukraine. This year, the status of a big cultural capital of Ukraine was given to Mariupol, and the small cultural capital of Ukraine is Slavutych. The third lot is book capital, and it is going to be implemented the next year. Slavutych and Mariupol. Slavutych, a small capital of Ukraine, Mariupol, big cultural capital of Ukraine. And also we have the program for And the objective of this project is to support individuals, the grants for individuals for their personal art works, for studies, for participating residents, institutional activities, and there are all our grant programs which I wanted to introduce, and a few institutional programs which are already implemented by Ukrainian Culture Fund. The first one is charity fund, that is a part of our charity fund, and
We invite charity institutions and investors and mecenates to co-fund the project. Creative Accelerator, this is a program that you will hear about during the next panel. I won't talk much about it. Cultural Business Hub, implemented together with European Business Association and the Center for Corporate and Social Responsibility. And our online platform, you will be the subject of our panel discussion, during which we shall talk about our plans with regard to this platform. Now, at Ukrainian Culture Fund, we constantly work on creation of training programs to develop professional skills, to educate experts and develop cultural environment. Also, the professional exchange program is working. So we've already had exchanges between our experts and the Danish Art Foundation and other organizations. A separate program is a program filling station, Zapravka in Ukrainian language. So this program was launched in order to increase the visibility, international visibility of Ukrainian art residences. You can see that our experts consult our applicants in order to create residences, what needs to be done for that. So the separate map is created in order to present to the viewers all of the residents existing. So UCF is the active member of international networks with which we cooperate and share our experience. So this is the general information with regard to what we do. In the year 2020, we participated in 20 plus international events. And in the year 2021, the Ukrainian Culture Fund participated in 18 international events so far. And we are especially proud by this separate stand, which was presented at Ukraine Forum in Washington. This was a virtual exhibition, so that was a virtual stand. And it was open for global views. Ukrainian Culture Fund was presented in this format here. We can see the logos of our partners that we work with, and with regard to partnership, you will be able to see during our next discussion planets. This slide presents photos of our members, our team members working currently. So this is all about Ukrainian Culture Fund. Thank you. And we would invite you to participate in our next discussion panels. Good afternoon. Welcome to the module of Ukrainian Cultural Fund on Creative Ukraine Forum. It's a pleasure to see you all and in the hall, in this room, and on during YouTube broadcasting. I represent International Department of the Ukrainian Culture Fund and Creative Accelerator program. And it's a pleasure to welcome the grantees, our participants, Yuliia Poriadina-Gryvnak, New Fashion, and Kateryna, the director of the program Fantastic Ukrainians. So at first I wanted to present the program to you and explain why did we have this idea in the Ukrainian Culture Fund to establish the program for graduates and to develop this program. The thing is that it is of utmost importance for the Ukrainian Culture Fund, the audience of and the representatives of culture businesses in the beginning of their establishments, those that aspire to commercialize their project and establish the business model based on their project. A couple of years ago, after the first year of implementation of the project of UCF, we've realized that there are certain complications among the grantees of the UCF. So at first, the idea of the project was that it is a non-for-profit project and it has the low level of potential for development because of the low level of funding. So taking into consideration this requirement from the UCF participants, we've developed Creative Accelerator program, which is being implemented together with our partner, British Council. At the UCF, we implement this program as part of the fundraising strategy of the foundation. So as a response, we implement it as a response. And so, for us, the development of sustainability of the project is important. Creation of business models, commercialization, and establishment of partnership. And I will stress it further on. And this is of utmost importance for implementation of the program. This program has been existing for 2 years. So first we've selected the participants among the grantees of the fund, previous year's grantees. Next is mentorship, mentor support of the participants, and educative training using the methodology of the developed by the British Council together with British Agency for Innovation NEST. And finally, it's a networking, which is basically provides for establishment of partnership, establishment of links among the participants of Accelerator. Also, I wanted to mention the methodology of Creative Enterprise Program, which is the foundation of the methodology. It is the manual business in the sphere of creative industry. Based on analytical research, the British Council developed this manual, and it offers the methodology for testing of the future business ideas and business models. So, based on this tool, the training is being held, and it is being used not just in Ukrainian, not in Ukraine, but also overseas. This enables us to understand how the idea needs to be developed and transformed. It enables us to assess it and its potential for development. We are thankful for the British Council for the fact that this methodology has become the foundation, the basis for educational part of Creative Accelerator. This slide presents the projects that participated in Creative Accelerate 2021. In other words, these are the projects that were implemented by UCF in 2020 and before that, and now they are at the last stage of Creative Accelerator program. And I'm sure, and so immediately I wanted to mention the grantees of this year. I'm sure that each of you have ideas, each of you has potential for education. So to sum it up, I wanted to say that based on my upon communicating with my colleagues and participants of Accelerator, we came to the conclusion about the important issues. First of all, it's the importance of the programs, where we can develop the idea of competitive environment. Right now, we are developing the Ukrainian Foundation for Startups. We have international programs such as Creative Business Academy. These are the programs who bring together creative people and establish creative networking. Second is educational possibilities. So I call upon the future creative entrepreneurs to participate in hackathons, creative programs organized by the House of Europe in Ukraine. Next is the requirement for partnership and cooperation. I wanted to say that important results that we didn't even expect, to receive as a result of implementation of Accelerator was the establishment of partnership among the participants. For instance, creative agencies, partnership between creative agencies and representatives of tourist industry in Ukraine. So this furthers cross-sectoral partnership, cross-sectoral communication. Creative entrepreneurs in certain spheres like photo design, etc. They know, of course, their partners in their niche, but this is just a little niche, little bubble, and we really aspire to develop cross-sectoral projects. So on this note, I would like to wrap up my description of the program because I believe that I should give the floor to the participants of this program, the grantees, the future. So I would like to give the floor to Yuliia Poriadina-Gryvnak. She represents New Fashion Days 2020. So Yuliia, the floor is yours. Greetings, everybody, the viewers and listeners, those that follow us on YouTube. My name is Yuliia. I'm the Executive Director of New Fashion Zone. So I will speak a little bit about our project that we represented at Accelerator. The name of the project is New Fashion Zone, Fashion Pitch. This is an international platform for supporting innovations from Z generation. This is the generation who are from 9 to 25 years old. So we are talking about the ideas and innovations in various spheres: technology, science, sustainable development, and social new media. Those that we can apply in the fashion sphere. So we are talking about cross-sectoral idea tone. This is an international platform, and we wanted to launch it in various countries, not just in Ukraine. And presently, this project is ongoing. So far, we have 15 to 16 countries, including Spain, Moldova, United States, Latin America, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and several more countries. So to have 20 countries, we need another 4, but I'm sure we are getting there. The format of this project. So Accelerator helped us with that, and participation in this program helped us too. When you participate in the program, you watch how your colleagues are working. You are in certain environment, in a certain company where you generate idea, and communication with the representatives of other niches, other countries, really help you to be creative, to come up with the idea. Participation, uniqueness of participation in the project is in this format, possibility to cooperate with international partners. So each country that becomes our partner. So in each country there are partnership organizations that start implementing the project in their country. The project provides. The project is approximately 4 months long, and it consists of call for applications, which means any idea from Z generation or from the young startup. So after this launching, there is a call of application, and after that, applications are pre-selected. Next, so this is August to November. Then November. In November, every day we have pitches in every country. What are pitches? Pitches are 2 minutes presentation or lift presentation of their idea, during which the person presents their innovation. Why? To focus on Z generation. We all know very well that they are non-standard people, non-standard individuals. They were growing up in different conditions, different environments. So they have very unique ideas, and we have to listen to them. I'm sure that all of us know we have acquaintances or children, and we have to listen to them. So maybe I will inspire some of you. It's not just about inventions of how to make textures from food residues, for instance, or from any other unconventional materials, but also there are many challenges that the industry faces, not just fashion industry. So we wanted to make the first pilot project in fashion industry because we have the expertise. We have this unique expertise, and we wanted to share it to the rest of creative industries. There is a huge demand for it. So under this project, we have country pitches in each respective country, and among the countries, we shall have 50 finalists, from which we choose candidates for pre-accelerators. We usually focus on Z generation. It's a very inspiring thing. Each participant gets international expert, international mentor, and as a result, next stage is a hackathon based on real cases. Okay. Finally, in December, it's a demo day, pitch for angels, partners, higher education institutes, and partners that can analyze, that can look up these ideas. And as we described by our idea, is we unite innovation ideas with business resources. So for these innovations to have or not to have, or to have in the future, to reach MVP stage and to unite them with resources. But there is one more thing. So it could be a hypothesis. So we believe that this hypothesis will work. It's an environment of talented Z-gens who in the future may become future workers of various organizations. So it's a non-standard way of recruiting these people.
And as I already said, we are using this mechanism when we are acquiring them from different from partners, and we have the methodology how we work with different countries, and this is the talent. That are our talents. So I'm going to show our team and strategic board, and we have launched our product, and at the moment we have about 200 applications from all over the world, but we have one more ahead. And what we have seen, why why did this project inspire us since the very beginning? Because when we started to communicate with foreign experts, we had such a high conversion of agreement and involvement, and that is why during 1.5 2 months we have involved lots of really cool experts for mentorship, for expertise, and also for the strategy board. That is a board which is directing the project, taking into account the experience of each person. And as you can see in board, we have also different countries. Among Ukrainians, there are 2 Ukrainians. That is Vadim Rogovsky. He has 3D startup. That is IT startup, and Dmytro Karchevsky. He is a CEO owner of IT Academy Step. And we have tested a very cool thing with them. That is a tune with children. When children we're making some presentation for children, and then we have exercises which have to find the problems, because each innovation has 2 parts, or the innovation is caused by the fact that you do not like something, or because you want something. If you do not like, when you do not like to tie your laces, what is the decision? Okay, let's have the laces which you do not have to tie, and that is why we have found we had a very good result. And actually that's it from my side. And this slide, I do not know if I have to discuss it. I think that we are going to discuss this part, but I want to say that from the very beginning we understand that it's a social project, but anyway, it is not going to be like this, because any social part has to have a foundation, and that is why for us it is also kind of startup, and we are going to see the results in December. But as for dynamics, we can see, and we are sure that the demand is very high, and we are sure that this project will be very successful. Thank you very much, Yulia. I want to say that I understood how interesting it is that in the framework of creative accelerators, the model of accelerator is tested, and accelerator is the design and fashion, and in general, the model is very innovational, but also the one which is really needed, and the one which and we have the demand for it. We have not only the demand, but we want to make it cross-sectoral. What is fashion? Fashion does not exist on itself. It depends on many industries, and it is impossible to divide it from the other things, because it is a symbiosis of all creative industries. And as we're testing it on fashion, but each of us understand that it is in fact it is in fact all creative industries, because all of them are connected to media and new media. Yeah, it's the sense of creative industries. We are going to have the opportunity to discuss, and I want to introduce Kateryna and to ask her to tell about Fantastic Ukrainians. Thank you very much for the invitation for this great event. And yes, what is Fantastic Ukrainians? Here it is written that it is a documental project, but for me personally, Fantastic Ukrainians, that is a big idea. In my life, that was a big idea which became something more, something that I didn't expect. And Fantastic Ukrainians is the cycle of documentaries about modern Ukrainian culture. And I want to tell a few words about this idea. The idea of Fantastic Ukrainians appeared a few years ago when I understood that in our country, the young people are watching YouTube, and we are consuming foreign content, but we cannot say anything about our own Ukrainian culture. And it was very pity for us. Ukrainian content should develop. Ukrainian YouTube should also develop. And also, as for TV, I have nothing to say actually, because in Ukrainian to TV space, there is no this kind of content, and the thing that exists, people do not watch it, and that is why I wanted to have some interesting TV programs which would be interesting for the young people, which could be shown on TV, on digital platforms, and together with my team and my colleagues who gathered later, we wanted to have some really cool TV programs. So we were taking an example of Netflix. We wanted it to be dynamic, and we wanted to have lots of visuals and lots of speakers, and we actually wanted to look it good, and we wanted to look it cool, and we have developed this project. We applied for the Ukrainian Culture Project, and we produced 4 episodes of our movies about modern Ukrainian music, fashion, and visual art. And later, the competitions of Ukrainian culture, they start in autumn, and as far as I remember, it was October when they started to accept applications, and we were finishing our first project with UCF, and we actually could not imagine what will happen next, but we understood that we should apply for the next competition. And of course, we applied just after the first project finished in the framework of UCF, and we won for the next year, for this year. And this year we are working on the next 2 episodes about Ukrainian modern fashion and dances. And in winter, when we were applying for Creative Accelerator, and it was really we didn't expect, and in winter we couldn't understand what will happen next. And in the end of the day, I'm going in the framework of Creative Accelerator. In spring, we started to work on the third episode of Fantastic Ukrainians to make it commercial, and we decided to have the episode about modern entrepreneurs, and there is a specific issue about financing modern entrepreneurs. And for me, this modern entrepreneurship is also a part of Ukrainian culture, and for this reason, it also meets our ideas, our principles, and what happened next. Then we had a crazy demand on our content. Fantastic Ukrainians were on 16 programs, and until now I get the request for our content, and we continue our distribution, and we have more contracts from TV channels. At the moment we are at Megago and Sweet TV, and also all our content is available on also on our YouTube channel, which is called Fantastic Ukrainians. And as for trainings, I can tell you some details about it, because actually training was in June, and in June we started to work on the second season, and we have training here, and we have our project became more structural, and that is idea like a business. And what did training give us? First of all, from practical point of view, yes, actually during training we were working on our skills. We were working on marketing planning, financial modeling, we were accounting cash flow, and the other things. And also we were working on the profiles of our clients, we were discussing their demands, we were modeling business process, and that is the practical part, which was very useful. But at the same time, training gave me the idea that creative business should bring profit, because when we made our first season, we got also the team, and that is a team of people who love the idea they are working at, and these people, after the project will finish, they will just leave, and project is great, but we have to make it a business, and that is why we need ideas and profit, and that is why we understood that we have diversification of creative business, because otherwise it is very difficult to work in creative industry. And for me personally, I do understand that it is cool when a few different projects coexist, and each of them give you the cash flow, and it is very important to have as many projects as possible. And at the moment where we are now, we are at the stage of development of the third season of Fantastic Ukrainians, and we are developing our YouTube channel as a separate platform. And as we are posting the whole versions of interview, and we are planning a video subcasts, and during the first season we had 78 interviews, and during the second season we had 32 interviews. So we have lots of content, which is interesting for TV channels, and I hope that we would be able to use this demand, and as for TV channels, they really need Ukrainian content at the moment, and for us it is a big advantage. And of course we are working on the new projects, and we are working on commercial department. This is a stage which we have now. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much, Kateryna. I want to say that yes, I have heard during this panel discussion, and today the word that we needed to do something very fast, and we needed to change very fast. And it is pretty symbolic because Creative Accelerator is a program, um, and it existed since the beginning of COVID, when flexibility was really important.
And any cultural project needed to be flexible, and adaptation to changes. It was important for the new people. So to have these skills of doing business, skills of idea transformation and team communication, communication with management, to change the project from offline to online, to change the contents of the project expediently, and to choose some business idea, business model that was profitable like 10 years ago or at winter time before the crisis. After that, it was probably less profitable, and now we don't know what it will look like, it will be. We know that there are hybrid format. Still, we are not sure whether we shall go back to offline format, or maybe the people, the public, got used to online format, they got used to free access to resources, and we need some transformation. So in this slide, I wanted to initiate the discussion, you as representatives of creative community. And I know that today, it's not just your colleagues from creative sectors, but also business representatives. They are looking at us, they are watching us. So what is the demand with regard to other sectors? For instance, from you to commercial sector, what do you need? And alternatively, what can you offer? Why do we need to continue this collaboration between the representatives of cultural community and business circles? Yuliia. So based on my experience with fashion sector, collaborations are a must. We always need them. Collaborations, not just with private sector, but with public sector as well. First of all, we need their support. We need support not just from foundations. We need support from the institutions. What can we say in this regard from the standpoint of fashion? And as Irina Danilevska said, that Ukraine inspires, and Ukrainians are getting inspired by fashion. So this is important for creative sector. We need support and collaboration on behalf of various departments, various representatives of the state. We are not talking about private sector. So based on our experience of our project, and we have more than one projects, this support and collaboration is, especially now, at the age of online and digital tools, we're not going to refuse digitalization because it's an emotion. Creative industry represents emotion, and this emotion, we need to get it, we need to sustain it. And speaking about Ukraine in general, let's not discuss the draft laws, legislation, etc. But we need this open dialogue during which we can discuss the necessity to popularize, to make public our accomplishments among international community, especially in the area of fashion. So Ukraine is not as well represented at international stage as the rest of the countries. So it needs assistance and collaboration from the structures such as the State Agency for Tourism, development also. So how can we collaborate in the form of manuals, for instance, gastronomical manual, or for instance, some books about interesting places in Ukraine. Also, we could collaborate in terms of Ukrainian fashion and some sort of publication or manual about the fashion. What can I add in my case? I work with visual sector, so in order to be able to work, we need to be offline, but at the same time, we create an online product. So in my case, any partnership for me is an example of collaboration. So every movie for us is like a collaboration with each of our protagonists. So for creative industry, partnerships, joint projects, sharing of ideas, all of this is a collaboration, and we need to develop it. So I have a question which may seem to be a complicated one because there is no yes or no answer to this question. Talking about this cross-cutting, cross-section between non-profitable sector, and if we are talking about influence of cultural project, we are talking about the long-term results. We are talking about sustainability projects. We say that collaboration of up to 5 projects can give its results, its fruits within 2, 3, or 5 years. And when we see transformation of this society, transformation of values and understanding, transformation of understanding as to what is culture in essence, when we see the transformation of each person's idea of their participation in cultural life, when we talk about business, it's profitability, profits, how soon we can become profitable, how soon we get quantitative results, which is different from culture, who has qualitative results in its sites. So where is this golden middle between the significance, between the creativity, and switching to business, where everything is about commercialization, and so it's about what we invest and what we receive as a result. From my part, I would say that cultural product is just like any other project, commercial product. It's just that it doesn't influence, maybe it doesn't affect the culture so much. If, generally speaking, manufacturing process, it influences some things, first of all, profitability. But in case of cultural products, it is also related to commerce, in a certain sense, whether you want it or not. Because one thing is when you are a social project, and in social projects you are supposed to have certain influence, and you have to be associated with someone. We, as representatives of cultural industries, we want to change, we want to influence, but this influence may demonstrate itself maybe in 20 years, not in 2 or 3 years. And at the same time, our team are live people. They are real people that need to get salaries. They need to provide for themselves somehow. So for the project, an utmost task is to find this golden middle. And the main thing for us, for instance, is not to become purely commercial. Unless, because if this happens, this would That will be no good for anyone. I would agree with Yuliia. It's just that if we talk about commercial activity, purely commercial activity, it's the activity where you work for the client. Talking about the cultural product, it's a case when we offer a client our product, which represents our ideology and purposes and our possibilities. And it's kind of more challenging compared to producing something based on the client's demands or needs. And so maybe that's the difference. But your clients also have demands, not just our clients. We as well do. If I was just sitting embroidering something, cross stitching and doing something that I like, that's one thing. Even cooperating with UCF, we are responsible for gaining certain results, obtaining certain results, and in this case, UCF is our customer and partner, etc., etc. Why is it different from the usual commercial activity? It's not that different, in fact. Thank you for this idea. When we speak about cultural products, we keep in mind why we're doing it. We understand our target audience and how we develop it in the future. Culture is not just about senses, about we have a certain idea of Ukrainian citizens whom we are offering our cultural products. And the last question and request for an advice from you. What? When exactly did you understand, did you realize that you have an idea of a cultural product, but you want to develop its business potential? How did it happen? When did it happen? How you are supposed to feel this occasion to get inspired, to go ahead and to look for partners? Well, personally for me, this did not happen overnight, but at some instance, the very ideal, fantastic Ukrainians engulfed me, inspired me, and this created certain informational field around me. And this field, every day, it was dictating me that our society needs this, and somebody is supposed to do that. So is to advise from me and from our team. It's as follows: any project which is offered to a donor with a request to be funded, it needs to be well thought through for the future, and possibilities of funding need to be well thought through, because grants and funds may be finished, but the program needs to go ahead. So to think that, okay, I will apply for it and I will make it and then it will be closed, it's not an interesting idea. The main thing is that at this stage, donors organizations and Ukrainian Culture Fund, it is good if they support this project, but if at the stage of ideas, the stage of filing it, you are not ready to think about how to commercialize this project, that would be a problem. And I believe that such projects they either need assistance, someone needs to show them that they need to be commercialized in the future, or they shouldn't be supported. So it's just an advice. So the advice is look for the possibilities of funding, look for the options of commercialization, even at the very stage of applying for it. Oh, submitting applications. Thank you, thank you. Both panelists and our viewers and organizers for having this platform for communications and discussing all of these issues important for all of the sectors of creative industries, not just culture, but for economic and tourism sector. And I would like to invite you um, in 10 minutes to the next panel discussion where we shall discuss culture and business. So, well,
Доброго дня, шановні колеги, шановні
Good afternoon, dear participants of our second panel of which is called Business Culture Hub, a business which is supporting culture investment in the future. I would like to introduce Tatiana Volodchai, the director of NHP Gramada, and Maryna Saprykina, Maryna Solovьёва, Tatiana Volodchai, Maryna Gubko. Let's discuss what is Culture Business Hub. That is an initiative which was created in 2005 by Cultural Science and Corporative responsible. We understood that we need something for the effective cooperation and we understood that there are problems between business and culture. We would like to show our presentation, our research, and what is it? Ukrainian Culture Fund. We found out what is it. The objective of our culture hub is exchange and successful cooperation. And we will discuss also some business cases. What is a form of our business cultural hub? We have thematical meetings each 2 weeks and between business and social programs, or they have the programs which are directed to cultural sector in Ukraine, and we are sharing our experience, we are asking questions, and we create a successful collaboration. During 2020-2021, we had 4 meetings. That was digitalization and art as the part of marketing and PR, and cultural tourism as also. We had a general conference where we found out what problems do we have in communication and how to resolve them. At the moment, you can see the results of our social research, which we had with and we understand that that is not the business, and we understand that there are some problems with successful collaboration, and lots of representatives of cultural sphere, they think that there are no formats for understanding that business lacks some trust. That there is no understanding how a culture can be interesting for business, that relations between culture and business are built only on profit. And as for business, we found out their opinion, and we understood that business has no platform which would create communication between business and culture. The representatives of culture are not able to represent their projects. Lack of skills of the representatives of culture, how to represent how culture can be interesting for business. We had 4 meetings, and the next meeting would be museums, successful cases of partnership and challenges, and this event would be held in November 2021, and here you can see the participants. And our speakers are shocked with the number of people we had, and yes, that is charity fund MHP Gramadi, that is Visa, Barzomi, Subserve, and many businesses which are not national businesses, but even international and European scale businesses. And as for a project that is Chernobyl Door and Festival Respublica for inclusivity, and we are looking for the companies and the projects which can be interested in each other, and that is why we invite you to join. And that is the brief information about us, business Business Culture Hub, and I would like to pass the floor to Maryna Franchuk, and I would like to ask how Ukraine supports culture and what is the format. We like when we are called the Gori Foundation, but it's okay. This is my presentation. I will introduce briefly who we are. We are a charity fund which was created in 2015 by family Saguri, and from the very beginning culture was one of the directions, and we were developing, and at the moment it is changing a bit, and we define our main direction is the development of charity culture, and culture and art is one of the things we were starting from, and the family is supporting it. And our activity can be divided in grant programs, projects for charity, and in increasing the level of trust to charity funds. And also we are doing researches, and not long ago we introduced our main statistics, and that is in numbers what we are supporting and how we are supporting that. But let's come to the point, to the things which are interesting for you. What forms of support from our side as Zagari Foundation are possible? First of all, 2 years ago we were signing a memorandum with Ukrainian Cultural Fund, and we have mentioned that we're looking for the reliable partner which can help us with administration and research or search of cultural projects. And in the framework of this agreement we have supported 4 projects, and one of them is virtual trips in Poltavshina, and then it was our architectural encyclopedia of Ukraine, and we also supported Ivana Gonchara Museum and also Hanenkiv Museum. And at the moment, if we're talking only about initiatives, then we can say that you can apply for we have our own CRM system where there are competitions which have some specific topics, and there are competitions without, and there are you can apply also without the competitions, and you can see that the topic of the project should meet the general mission of the fund. And if you have the idea, also cultural project which is meeting our demand, and you can see the direction on our website, then you can apply, and after that you can get the reply in 2 months. In general, we are concentrated on the charity, and we also had cultural projects, and that is one of the mechanisms is the partnership projects. How they are different? First of all, there are big projects, and they are made in partnership with someone, especially we're working on saving the heritage, for example, Sofia Kievska and Biodrai, Darnica, and Sofia Kievska. We're supporting this project, and it was important for the director and the founders of our project. And one more project which was supported by our program, that was 150 years anniversary of Ukrainian Memory Day, and we had lots of partners, and we were supporting it on the level when we were given the support and financing to the events which are influencing the culture of Ukraine, and that is it. Very fast, thank you. But I have the question: what are the criteria when you are choosing the the projects without the competition? When they are, if they are cultural ones, what are you going to pay attention first of all, and what are the indicators of the implementation of the projects? Which indicators are important for you? For example, business is the target audience and territory. For the Gagi Foundation, what is important? For us, it is not so important the region. First of all, the idea is very important. How clear the idea is, because very often we have we are contacting the people we have never worked with, and the more clear the idea is, the more chances for us to consider this project to be reasonable. Second of all, the clear results, or at least understanding what does an organization wants and what is the role of our Zagori Foundation in this project, and also how if the idea meets our principles, and of course we are not going to support some local festival, but if it is something about heritage, then we are going to go through the materials. And anyway, we're not making the final decision on financing or non-financing when we are when we are considering the non-competitional application. After that, we call and meet the people and the organization who applied, and we ask additional questions, and only after that we make the final decision. Is it important for you how big and experienced the organization is? Is it national, local organization? Was it registered 2 months ago or 20 years ago? For example, Tablitочки, well known, and or it is some small local organization which wants to develop its region. It depends. Yes, we do pay attention to that, but that is not the first criteria. Sometimes, if this team, which was created 2 months ago, but in their CV they have the experience of implementation of the projects, or explanation what did they do as initiative group, then we can cooperate with even new organization. But of course, it is really important for us that the organization is able to implement what they want and the reason why they want to do it. It doesn't mean that we have discrimination of the organization, newly created organization, but it is very important for us how we spend our money, because we also have the reports of. And yes, of course, it matters, but it is not the main criteria. And as for the regions, in our applications and in our activities, also in the partnership, we are seeing that communication really matters. Why? Because you can have really interesting product and everyone is going to use it and it is going to resolve all the global problems. But if no one would know about it, then there is then it doesn't matter at all. That is why we are inspiring to develop communication plans and to follow them, and our specialists in our fund, they are cooperating on that, on the board and consultations if it is needed, and we are trying to enhance it where it is possible. So that is why we are inspiring organization to communicate themselves, and from our side we are trying to communicate their idea to the target audience also. Thank you very much. And the last question. Everyone knows that the Gagi Fund is an innovator and driver in philanthropy and charity, but philanthropy in cultural sphere is a painful issue, and all of us know that we have the law on sponsorship in sport and yes, but culture. What is your opinion? Is philanthropy going to develop in culture in the future, and what do we need for that? To have more funds, like fund to support culture. I wanted to answer this question. Yes, it is going to develop, and then there was a question, what do we need to do for that? In my opinion, first of all, we need to understand that there are two sides in this process. And it is obvious that there is business who cares when we're talking about philanthropy, then there is a person behind each of business, and this person can be potential a sponsor, or business can support these projects, uh, but to make them know about it, they have to find out about it. And we come to the first point where the organization has to be able to communicate and to be able to communicate their main message, and in the same time, business has to hear the information that it is becoming popular, that it is that there are cases where the others were doing the same thing and they had good results. And are if we have the research, and the more people know about charity, the more people hear about it, the more the more we communicate about it, then people understand, yes, it is okay, we have to join it, not to be somewhere behind the last one in the line. And in cultural sphere and involvement of business, and we have the same concept. If we start to communicate about it, and there are problems which we have to resolve, and you have to join them, then we have to read this question, and then this situation would be possible, where there would be a match between those who can do it and who need it. Thank you.
Thank you for this quality answer and extended answer. Okay, next speaker is the representative of the Center for Cooperative Solidarity, one of the examples of collaboration between the government organization and the civil sector. When we established Business Hub, so I have a question, Maryna. You specialized on corporate responsibility. How do we do it? How do we make it people to understand that culture also can become a part of this? Thank you for this panel. Thank you for collaboration, which we have under Business Culture Hub. So what we do is we help business to integrate business strategy into social and ecology project. And I really want individual projects of founders or top officers of top companies become the projects that the employees know and support it. There are many companies in Ukraine right now who put non-monetary KPIs, non-monetary objectives. It's not just about monetary gain, it's about development of educational goals. So these projects try to establish their objectives for 5 years, and they support education. So when we talk about culture, we need to say that right now we are getting closer to anniversary. 6 years ago, sustainable goals, sustainable development goals, SDG, were established. So based on the SDG, they developed their business. Altogether, we have 17 and 17 8 SDG, and there are SDGs in every initiative, whether it's a development of planet, development of partnership, development of innovation. So to me, culture is one of the main drivers for development of society. So for 100%, the companies understand that. They understand it completely, and it's just that sometimes they don't understand the projects that they are offered. So as Center for Development of KSV, we help civil organizations, NGOs. We help the companies that want to show their projects to business circles. We help them to create a presentation, making sure that business pays attention to them. So I really want to stress the importance of Business Culture Hub. we have more than 300 registrations, and this is something that impressed me from the very beginning, from the very first event. So there is demand for it, but when we see what is happening in the regions, there are many regional organizations and companies who spoke here, saying that there is a support in the regions. It's just that sometimes it's not discussed as often. But culture is important. Just yesterday, dirigents of changes, so they were saying, go to theaters, go to somewhere else, because it's important to develop it. So one of the proofs that this is important for business is a story. Maybe it's kind of sad story, but I'm really proud of our business circles as to how they reacted to it. It's a story of our St. Nicholas Cathedral, where they collected a large amount of money to renovate it after the fire. So, and it means that it is possible. It is possible to collect money for development of culture. However, there are challenges, and our research and study shows it. What does the business want? They want a well-planned activity for 2, 3, or 5 months ahead. Business wants results. Business wants accountability as to what is happening in the course of a certain period of time. What is happening with something where they've invested their money? There's something else here. Corporate volunteering work is under developing, and it develops actively within the business. And business can support these initiatives. They can invite their workers to it, to organizational festivals. Today there are companies in Ukraine who pay up to 2 business days to their employees to become volunteers, and we have to use this opportunity. Another thing, and I'm calling on creative industries, museums, for instance. I want to say that today business wants innovations. Business wants new solutions for their old challenges they have been facing before. That means that museums and galleries and other institutions, they have to develop, they have to use something that startups may offer, the strategies, marketing strategy, partnership strategies. And business is ready to share this. And some companies supported these partnerships already, and Nastya, we spoke about hackathons and technological companies and creative industry companies. They can do something in partnership. And this is of utmost importance today when I see Western experience, the Museum of New York that creates incubator, getting artists and technology savvy people there. They are ready to support all of this, and they are ready to invest, make investments in these decisions and looking for solutions. So such innovations are very important. We understand this, and it's important to make it public. And now I wanted to call upon the Odessa Museum and commenting on the Club for Culture Ambassadors, which they've created as of recently, which they described as intellectual, intelligent entrepreneurs that want to support art. So this dialogue among the top officers of these companies is important. So we also have plans to establish a competition for the companies who support culture. And let's knock wood, and hopefully it will succeed. It's about communication, it's about visibility, It's about seeing the best practices that inspire others. You said so much that I don't really know what to ask you. But, however, how do we initiate this communication? You have a huge experience, public experience and the expert experience. How do we knock on business door, so to say, saying we are culture, open up the door, let's begin cooperating? I am for design thinking, and the main rule of this concept is look at what you may offer to business. I'm sure that there are many interesting and cool projects, but when we come to business, we have to understand the value of this project for business. So I would advise you to consider this, to look at this with your opponent's eyes, basically. There is a practice of polling, and talking to 7 representatives of companies and see what they will tell you and make corrections based on what they will tell you. You can come to us with your projects. We could help you with creating the effective presentation. Also, as a sort of advice for the representatives of cultural creative sector, you've said that we plan several hackathons. You can invite IT companies, the ministries of digitalization, Ministry of Digitalization, and others. What are the formats? What formats would be effective in the frameworks of business culture hubs, of offline events? Unfortunately, during online events, it's very difficult to establish cooperation. So hopefully everything goes well. Hopefully this pandemic is over at some point, because all of the business culture hub events were online, unfortunately for us, and we are hoping for the better. We wanted to create offline museum because it's about collaboration, it's about trust, something that we all are lacking, and the trust appears, the trust is born when you talk face to face. Thank you very much. Now I really want to talk to Kateryna Karmalita, the director of MHP Hromada Charity Fund. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you for the invitation. And I would like to thank the previous speaker who said that it's important to look through business eyes, so to say, at your culture projects. Let's have a look at our projects in this brief presentation. Art Festival. Several thousand participants and guests on an annual basis. It's the 4th time that they've had this event in 2021. Holodny Yar in August turns to art space, where they give life to cultural tradition, new life to cultural tradition and folk crafts. Another festival in Tulchin, Vinnytsia region. Traditionally, it is held on the territory of Potocki, Alice. All performances are held in the format of open air. Performing artists are the stars of Ukrainian and global stages. National tour, cinema under sky. More than 50,000 viewers were able to see the movies, Ukrainian movies. Cinema tour has been held for the 2nd year in a row. Brought the national cinematography to the viewers, closer to the viewers. Share Fest, Festival for Popularization of Shevchenko's work. poetry, works in poetry in Morency, in Cherkasy region. For the first time, this happened in 2015. So, in the framework of this fest, educational and entertainment activity takes place. I represent charity fund MHP to community, and the main donor of our charity fund makes possible to support social and cultural projects.
And I will tell a few words about Business MHP, that is the leader in chicken production. And these products are bought in 80 countries of the world. It is a trusted one. And it is famous as Qualika, and in Ukraine it is Nasha Ryaba, Bashinsky, Apetitna, and Secrety Shefa. And as for the fund, what products do we work with? First of all, it depends on geography, because MHP facilities are all around Ukraine, but only in 14 regions, Cherkasy and Vinnytsia, and also Lviv, Frankivsk, Sumska, Dnipropetrovsk, Kiev regions. And our fund works in village communities and small towns, and there we support the cultural events. And while I'm discussing it with you during these 2 weeks, we are supporting different activities in 15 activities that are the days of the village. That is the art planner in Shevchenko, close to the motherland of Shevchenko. It's Petrikivsky Divosvit in village Petrikivka. And in the presentation, you saw the biggest events, and I'm going to tell you more about them and the objectives which we have and what do we want to have as a result. The mission of our fund and it is not to provide support to people in need, but to develop communities, Ramadas. And we are helping Ramadas, and we help them in villages and town to resolve their economical, cultural problems. And for us, it is really important that in the places where we have our units who work for MHP, and of course, culture is a very important part of the life, and we need it to make the places, these places, to be the places where you want to live. And our company is very patriotic, and it supports Ukraine, it supports Ukrainian. And one of the biggest events was the national tour, the open-air movies. We were showing Ukrainian movies with the help of the special cinema mobile. Ukrainian movies all around Ukraine. They were in 9 regions, so 43 locations, and 50,000 people saw Ukrainian movie. With the help of these projects, we created an opportunity for Ukrainian people to meet Ukrainian movies. And we made this project with Ukrainian association Дивись Українське, Watch Ukrainian, and we also had ambassadors, that is Irma Vitovska, Andrei Betovska, and they, during this cinema tour, they were coming to the villages, to the towns, and they were meeting people. They were discussing the cinemas, the culture, Ukraine, independence, and the second aspect of our culture project is accessibility in villages and towns to the same things which we have in the city. For example, in big cities we have cinemas, we have big cultural events, and it's not a problem to see them. And in the villages, it is not accessible. And if you ask me if the people in villages want to have it, yeah, they have. And we have different competitions for projects and we had lots of requests to create this kind of event, or let's buy the projector and let's show people the movies like we did in the old times. Let's have the summer cinema. And we understood that there is a request for the cultural product even in the places which are far away. And also the other objective which we are implementing for the cultural projects is the development of tourism and creative industries. In small villages and towns, there are locations which are really interesting. For example, the motherland of Shevchenko. At this place, we were the partner with Ukrainian Cultural Fund. We supported festival Sheffield. That is a very interesting event which is helping us to see our author as not only as an author, but we show him as a person of his time, and we try to interpret his life as he would look, how he would look like nowadays. And that were the performances, that was educational programs, which were trying to show the main idea of this person, who was also a person who loved, who lived, who had emotions. And the other festival which we supported, that is location where we have our plant, that is Tulchin in Vinnytsia region, and we supported a very powerful fest, Tulchin Open Fest. During 2 days we had concerts of different concert and opera theater, opera performances, and we had 5,000 people who came to this place just to get the inspiration from this project, from these performances, and to feel the atmosphere of these locations, which are not in the city or not in the capital or big cities. And as for Tulchin Open Fest, the idea appeared a few years ago, and the idea was to save the heritage, and mainly Pototsky Castle, which was destroyed. And now we have the national program which is going to restore this object and the festival. And this festival was successful, and we got financial resource to support this beautiful place. The third aspect is also influencing the development of Ramada, and that is business during festival, because people who live in Ramadas, they are very limited with the places where they can work. There is lack of working places, and people who live at locations where these festivals work, they have the opportunity to produce craft products, to sell it on the festivals, to cook something and to sell it, and to to earn money, to make their living, and for half a year. And the people who are selling at Tulchin Fest, they earn good money, and they can it is enough for half a year. It is very important for small gramadas and small towns. That is why the cultural sector is about accessibility to interesting events of local gramadas communities, and that is about attention, and it is about sustainable development. It is very interesting, and it is really nice to hear that Ukrainian Cultural Fund also supported these two festivals. And as far as I know, festivals are really nice, and businesses supporting these kind of big events. But I have the question: do you have the grant competitions, or how uh, how the representatives of the cultural sphere can apply? How do you support them? They are just coming and saying, okay, here is the presentation, give us some money, or maybe there is some system, for example, as the GRI fund, you have competitions. We have grant competition and we have a non-grant competition. We have two main competition. The first one is it's time to act Ukraine, where you can apply with cultural events or support of cultural spaces. And also we have uh, villages, the step to development. It is about micro business, and in the villages and towns where people live, and they lack cultural courses or some small entrepreneurship, and through this competition we give the grants for the cultural entrepreneurship. Tulchin Open Fest, Sheffield, that are the programs which were supported, which were non-competitional, and they were really needed, and we support them because that is a good example of cooperation of Gramada business and government. You were emphasizing on the regional development and the fact that the festivals are held in the regions. Do I understand it correct that only the organizations which are in the circle, which are present, which are active in the places where you have your production facilities? Usually the communities, Hamadas, are prioritized by the presence of our facilities in these places, but sometimes they are held in the neighborhood Ramadas communities, and there are people who produce good ideas, and we're supporting them in order to make their neighbors to see this example and to have something of this level or even better. In your opinion, the creative sector, the organizations, what do they need? What skills do they need when they apply and when they are coming to get your support? As far as I understand, the support is not usually financial. Maybe there is promotion, or maybe some equipment, or maybe some services. What do they lack? What skills do they lack? Of course, there is a project management, because I like creative people and different creative stories, and I know these people. And these people, they live in their bubble, in their vision, and it is very deep inside them, but it cannot be well represented to be able to sell it to business, to be sold to business, to communicate their message, to describe their idea, the deadlines, and that is, in my opinion, the thing which the cultural sphere lack. And I would like to recommend to support the management history and the artists who are creating products. We need to involve managers who will support to transform their ideas in the project. And the last question, and I was asking the same question to Lyubov, the indicators. What are the indicators which matter? Audience, territory, maybe media presence of MHP fund. For us, it is important the people who will attend this event. That is the main thing, because if we have some cultural event and it is not so to the people who are going to attend it, then there is no point of it. There is no point for Hromada in this event. And our aim is to support not on just the project, but the meeting of the community with this project. And the last question which I had during your speech, what is the form? What are the forms of the projects you supported? We saw that there were festivals. Maybe there are another examples. Maybe there are some hubs or festivals. Maybe cinema. Maybe books. What are the cultural products except two festivals?
We've supported 5 festivals so far, large festivals. So first of them is Krutый Zamys, Krater Fest, Tulchin Opera Fest, Chef Fest, and Movie Under Sky, so to say, Kino Prosto Neba. So we supported about 150 local cultural products. They are more of a traditional kind and authentic products. Nevertheless, they are very interesting for communities where they are located. As to the institutional things, we have the demand for educational, public health, and energy efficiency initiatives. But however, we shall be very happy if the communities will have cultural projects and there will be some sustainable institutions working in these communities. I think you should collaborate with UCF, and this will be possible. Also, Maryna Solovyova is here with us. She's the head of CSR ideas for Germany, Ukraine. So the same question to you. When people ask you to support cultural products, what do you notice, first of all, and how often do they ask you for this? First of all, I wanted to thank you for invitation, and thank you for your attention. Thank you for this readiness and enthusiasm, and hopefully I will be able to share something useful. So what I wanted to say, first of all, when people ask you and come to you with any project, we have several criteria using which we assess them. It could be a good life hack, and when you are supposed to approach the investors to receive the good answer. We know very well that large companies live 1 year ahead, so to say. So the main thing is the deadline. The terms. As of today, we've already closed the projects for 2022, which means that we have distributed the protected budgets. We've selected contractors, and we already know which brands we shall be working with. We know that Morshinska is one of the largest national brands. Borjomi is an international brand. So as the larger the company is, the larger the brand is, the earlier you should approach it to receive something, for sure. Next thing is geography. First of all, companies will pay attention to the where the production sites will be located. So speaking about Morshin is Western Ukraine, and Georgia, speaking about Borjomi, of course. So for many years we've been supporting all cultural projects in Lviv and its region. We are one of the largest employer there. So it's important for us to take care of the local communities. The citizens of Morshino is a little town with a population of up to 5,000 people. They are our former employers or future employers. So for us, it's very important to improve their life standards, life conditions. And of course, they don't have such a wide choice of some cultural and entertainment as compared to Kyiv, for instance. So we brought it to them. We've created a children's platform similar to the one existing in Peyzajna Alley in Kyiv. Next project is it's related to environment and environmental concerns. Morshinska was born in Carpathian Mountains, so we've installed a sculpture of minks. We used to have large international competition before that, so it's there used to be a huge international competition for that. Next thing that we pay attention is geography. When we talk about Georgian projects or Georgian brands, we always support them, because you have to understand that large business cannot support everything due to certain restrictions of resources. So for many years we've been supporting Leopolis Jazz Fest because we are from Lviv, and thus we support the culture of jazz in Ukraine. 10 years ago we did not know the names of many jazz musicians, and we tried to bring it closer to the Ukrainians. Also, we try to uphold music culture for younger generations as well. So, this geography, ideas, and positioning, and I do agree with everything that my colleagues had to say. Each brand and each company has its tasks, its objectives. So, if your project agrees with our positioning, most probably we shall come to terms, we shall agree on many things, and we shall support you. You, of course, have noticed that business also have huge demand for cultural projects, social projects. And because there is a need for support of these projects, it's not enough just to provide a quality product. We have studies that show that business is ready to pay more for certain product if they have an established position in this regard in Ukraine. Because businesses are not just autonomous units, we are all a part of the ecosystem, local ecosystem. All of it, this state, and the consumers are united, and so we are ready to support you. Please come to us, talk to us, but please pay attention to the life cycles of large brands and peculiarities of their approach to work. Thank you. Thank you. What is the format that you support? Not just the cultural format. So unfortunately, culture is just 5 to 7% of corporate responsibility. It's a question according to Maryna Saprykina. But we do make sure that it's more. We want it to become like maybe up to 10. So, in what format do you support the projects that people come to you? Is it a production? Is it some services, or maybe you have some competitions, just like MHP? We are a large business. So we did not realize that we had to support these projects. Talking about cultural products, when you've noticed that we've invited Ukrainian artists, and we wanted to bring attention to ecology of Carpathian Mountains and to develop the Ukrainian music. So we've recorded the sounds of music using the natural sounds of flowing water and using our own funds. So these are our own funds. Next thing is the production, talking about the cultural events. I can't tell you exactly how many of it in terms of percents, but many cultural events in Kiev, in particular, and in Ukraine, we support everything associated with water, and also there is a recent project, Global Logic Eco Hike, we supported. Also, there was a project which had to do with planting of trees, and we personally went out there and doing this. And all really depends on scales and orientation of the project. So there can be various types of cooperation, but they are always different. Also, we can support you as informational partner because Morshinska and Borjomi are the large brands, and we have Facebook pages um, with large number of subscribers, so we can provide you financial support and support in terms of human capital. Also, we can help you through our products, and we can help you to become our partner in communicating certain message about what is going on. And next question is, how would you advise to communicate with Borjomi? What would you advise to cultural sector? How should they communicate with Borjomi? Should they write an email? In this case, how should they avoid ending up in spam folder? If you do this on time, if you forward your message to our sponsorship email address, we have the our staff that work with these emails, and within 3 days they will be able to respond to you, depending on what we are talking about, depending on the geographical location. When it comes to Morshinska, that's other thing. When it comes to Borjomi, it's a Georgian project. That's a different thing. So you should be proactive. You should open our website, read about our project. Brands are changing their positioning all the time. Brands are changing their tasks. Each brand has their own cycle, and if last year we operated on the territory of functionality, then in this year we can switch to emotional level, so we can talk about emotional component. So it's important to follow up on the life cycle of the brand, and what do they communicate, what do they translate to you, and it's important for them to select the projects that are relevant to them at this stage of their development. Now the general question to all of the speakers, your advice to the workers of cultural sector. How do we invite the representatives of business? How do we become interesting for business? So my advice is to look for manager, the manager that will help you to write the application, to write this letter, and help you to apply for funding. Be interesting. So in the course of 1 year, I looked through more than 200 or 300 applications and letters. All of them are different, but absolutely, I'm absolutely sure that off the bat we can forget about a certain number of applications due to maybe poorly expressed idea of what you want to offer and why. Third advice, don't try to do everything on your own. If you don't have a manager, if you don't have a partner, look for them, plan ahead, and if you want to be interesting for business, and not just for business, but for our foundation or for any other foundation that supports cultural initiatives, please follow up on what they do. You don't have to write to everyone just because you happen to find their contacts. So you have to know what a certain brand and business is doing, what they live for, what they support, what they are for, and what they are against. Because if you, for instance, help us to stage a play, a theatrical play, but while they are doing something absolutely different, then the next thing you apply for this same investor, they would treat you with suspicion. You don't need to be interesting to business. You have to believe in your idea. And actually, when we applied for the Zagori Foundation, they did not support us. And then we've applied for other business company. They supported us. And I think I said it before, but you have to believe in your project, and then the funds will be found.
And the second recommendation is that you have to look for the inspiration in sustainable development, because the companies on their websites they are showing what are the objectives of their sustainable development, and it will give you the opportunity to look at business as the business, and that can be business, education, culture, and then you will understand what is their vision, and you can tell how collaboration with them can help them. And the third thing, always think about the influence. Influence for communities, Ramadas, for business, and influence for you. It is important, and you have to communicate this message to business. But I do not think that the main objective is to make business like you. And as for we didn't support you, well, I didn't mean that you have to be interesting for business. I meant that you have to be interesting by yourself. You have to be new. You have to be special, not the thing that you can see in each third idea. And as for support, you have to remember that you can have really good idea, really good application or offer, but the budget is limited. The opportunities are also limited, and for this reason, you should not forget about this idea, but look for the options. And in this way, you will be able to help you and business. I totally agree with you, and my role today is to recap everything. And if we recap everything, you have to be out of clutter. I have told you the email, and we have around 200 applications. You have to be out of clutter. You have to impress. You have to think of your presentations. Do not give a lot of information. The most interesting information should be in the very beginning. You shouldn't be generic. And I can see the presentations where they came to one brand, they just changed the first slide, and I have the exercise when I'm taking my brand from there and I put another one, not maybe from the water market, and nothing breaks, everything is fine. That it means that the idea is really general, and it means that you didn't shoot the eye. So you should find the pain of the brand. You should find the inside of this brand. The brand will ask you to give them your project, and it would be really great if in this help we had, and you as a mediator, you had some relevant projects where you have deadlines, budget, and everything the business need. And that is our next panel. And business, when they need something, or they made some research and understood that there is a demand, we could go to some system, and we could I will add a bit. We have the cultural space at the next panel, and we will discuss. Yeah, because now creative industries or cultural organization, they have to go to business and to ask. But business also needs something, because the more the more we go to the future, the more the impact is important. We have to leave something. We have to care about the territory, the people we work with, and it has to be bilateral process. And not only creative industry has to ask for something and has to beg for something, and business could leave their request, and it shouldn't be ad hoc. And if I have the budget and the plan, and if I need to cover the cultural, ecological part or tourist direction, I could make a request, and the representatives of the cultural sphere, they could leave their comment, and that would and this could have been a really good result of this event. And I also added that the next panel would be about cultural space, and we had the research, and we understood that there is a need to have the unified platform. Thank you very much that you participated our discussion, and let's applaud our participants. And let's drink Morshinska. Thank you very much. Thank you very much that you care, because only people who care, they can stay with us here on Friday and listen about culture and creative industries. Thank you very much. Have a good evening and have a good weekend. Thank you very much. And Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are very glad to invite you to our second panel of Ukrainian Cultural Fund, Creative Space. We are very glad to introduce Irina Sacha. Today we will have Maryna Golubko, manager of Subsorv, Irina Solovi, a strategy expert, and co-founder of a social innovations platform, Big Idea. What is this collaboration? How does this collaboration can influence the cultural space? Irina Osadchaya will tell us. We are introducing our idea publicly for the first time, which it would be called cultural space. And we had this idea in 2012 when we saw that there is the request for the realization of the projects, and we have more requests than the government can finance. Then the state can finance, and in 2012 we had the fundraising campaign, and fund, according to Ukrainian legislation, fund can get the foundation not only from state but also private donors and the other countries. And we also had the idea of the separate platform of which is called Cultural Space, and our previous from the previous platform, we understood that business that they want to what they can support, and where they can find this platform where they can choose the project to support the objectives, the team, and to choose according to their priorities, according to their social programs, according to their corporate responsibility, and they are able to choose a project which meets their demand. The main objective of this platform is to create a communication online platform which is directed for promotion of cultural projects on the national, regional level, and creation of collaboration between culture and business. Cultural space is trying to support new mechanism of development, processes, cross-sectoral development, and also the main thing is the improvement in investment platform. How would our platform look like? The platform would be as a very comfortable catalog which can be supported with the possibility to communicate the authors and potential partners. So it means that all the projects which are in this cultural fund, we know that there are lots of projects from all parts of Ukraine. We have the pool of these projects, and this year we had around 4,000 projects, and the state funding was enough for a much smaller quantity. And what can we do with this project? These projects would be these teams of projects would be able to place their projects on the in the cultural space, and the companies would be able to support them. That is not the crowdfunding basis where one person is supporting and one person can support one project. That is the platform which will involve a big business to support these projects, and in this way this business would take a social mission, and they will choose the project which meets their requirements, their interests, and the request from Romada community, where their facilities are located. What are the objectives of this platform? First of all, that would be the space for cross-sectoral collaboration between business, government, and creators. And task number 2 is the enhancement involvement of communities, Gramada, and the local authorities, digital tool for the regional state administrations, because the idea is that we will have the interactual map, or the visualization of the map with the index of creativity. The next task is to enhance the role of mentorship and cross-sectoral connection. What it is about, we were discussing that on the previous panel. The representatives of the business say that we do not have enough educational component when the artists create their ideas, so they do not know how to implement them, and we need mentors. So we need mentorship. We need managers who would be able to implement these ideas, and we hope that this platform would help, would become the tool for this partnership. The next task is to create the regional network of philanthropists and investors to culture. Business would be able to implement through the platform their social responsibility of business, and considering their project, they would be able to understand where do they have to move and to and the next thing we would like to introduce to you is who would be able to support the projects which are placed on this platform. That would not be crowdfunding platform. The projects would be supported by companies, by national and regional organizations, international funds and donors, philanthropes, sponsors, and cultural, national, regional centers and hubs. The components of this platform are the catalog of cultural projects which were in the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. And first of all, that would be the projects which didn't get the state funding, and of course that would be also all the projects which would be in Ukrainian Cultural Center, and what could be the resources, and that is consultation, technical support, financial resources, and other things which maybe some volunteers which can be very useful. And the other component is cultural barometer, where we want to place the indicators of cultural products consumption and national level, national identity, cultural heritage, public and non-public consumption of cultural products, estimation of activity of cultural centers, integration of class platform, index of creative potential regions, cartography of, and that would be an interactive map of cultural regions of Ukraine. Interactive games, missed cities, Synagria, the calendar of cultural events, and as a separate part, we will have the educational hub, and there would be the courses for the managers, for the project managers, the course for the volunteers, the cultural volunteers, for the business, and other initiatives which we would be able to place on these platforms, and they would be available for the representatives of business and cultural sphere, and as a separate thing, we are planning to have the network of volunteers who want to join cultural sphere and who are ready to work as a volunteer on the project.
Probably we shall hold pitches and hackathons, but this will be done stage by stage, step by step. Also, podcasts will be placed on our platform about cultural and creative industries and business. Guide and manual for representatives of culture, and also a collection of successful business cases, cases of interaction between culture and business. So this is so much is about our plans with regard to introduction of this platform. And now a couple of words about our partners under this project. When this idea occurred to us, we thought for a while what will happen, how. So we've developed the plans and the fund. We've applied for the funds of other donors organization. Unfortunately, we did not receive this grant. At the same time, when we were having Business Culture Hub, we met SoftServe, the IT company. They liked our ideas. So on pro bono conditions, they help us with development of the platform, and we are very thankful to them. So hopefully next year we shall finalize the development and begin implementing and executing the project. So much. This is all for me, and let's give the floor to other speakers, the partners on implementation of the platform. A question about the project that can apply for this platform. Cultural space. I understand that you plan to implement it next year. Who may apply? Who may? What if there is a company that did not apply for grants? Can they place their projects on the platform? Only the projects that applied for the Ukrainian Cultural Fund grant will be able to participate. There is a certain pre-selection process. We know that they were assessed by the experts, and when they don't, so in case if they didn't receive the funding, that doesn't mean that they are bad projects. It means that there's just not enough of money for everyone. So the first stage would be the projects that have applied for the Ukrainian cultural product, Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. The representative of SoftServe company, manager of SoftServe company, and the partner on implementation of cultural space project. Thank you very much for supporting this initiative. So we had a number of strategic sessions. We had analytics and designers on the panel, and so we are very grateful for your input into the development of this on the national level as well. So thanks a lot. So the life really makes us correct certain things, and I really appreciate the possibility to participate in this event. Thanks to technology, each and every one of us is able to join this event from any place in Ukraine or any place worldwide. Technology makes our lives easier. So today I wanted to talk to you about how business may support social initiatives. So, thank you for your advice. And now I will.
Дякую. Для компанії SoftServe найбільшої української
So for the serve company is the largest Ukrainian company, which presently has more than 12,000 specialists. And for us, social responsibility is of utmost importance. We really want to change the world for the better and show the example to other businesses, lead the way for our businesses. So that's why we wanted to undertake pro bono projects and unite them into the platform under the name of Open Tech. Open Tech is a charitable crowdsourcing company which unites those who aspire for development and innovation and want to bring this innovation into our society. Please, next slide. Presently, on the platform of Open Tech, we have 18 separate projects, 18 active projects, who unite about 200 specialists that want to bring in the certain new idea. One of the projects is our interaction with Ukrainian Cultural Fund. And presently, we plan to establish the platform that will help to unite the efforts of both the projects that did not receive the state funding with business who is interested in this cooperation and who would like to fund these projects. So this one is a unique project, since in Ukraine we don't have the products that would unite businesses and various cultural products. Next slide. So when we discussed the vision of this project, we realized that it is important to make it for it to be able to help both business and projects, cultural projects. It's about providing the possibility for the projects to obtain resources for their realization. So which opens the new possibilities for both cultural projects and for business. Next slide. So let's have a look at the prototype of our product, and that's exactly how, according to our plans, the cultural space will look like. For the applicants will be able to file their applications, their propositions, and business will be able to browse through all of the projects that require funding. More detail in the next slide. First of all, I wanted to mention the main objectives of our product. First of all, is providing the applicant with the possibility to place their projects on the platform. Also, the applicants will be able to hold a campaign for acquiring resources from business. On the other hand, there will be benefits for business. Businesses will be able to notify about the ability and willingness to support some of the cultural products. Also, all visitors of the platform will be able to look through the finished and the current projects as well, which provides the maximum transparency to the project. And a couple of words about how this platform will work. If the project does not receive state funding, and specifically I mean the projects from the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. So if they don't get the state funding and the applicant decides to continue working with the cultural products further, they will need to file the application, which will be checked meticulously by the UFC, making sure that this application was validated, that it complies with all of the requirements that were set which is additional benefit for business. Business will be able to see what they agreed to. So after business agrees to funding, then we moderate the possibility of a meeting and agreement. After all of the conditions are agreed, businesses grant the resources in order to support the cultural project, and the phase of implementation begins. So here, as you see, we wanted to make this platform that is looking for the business which is able to fund the project. We are looking for people interested in cooperation, people that want to bring innovation to our society. And I really hope that there will be more and more of such projects. And I really like the fact that there's a growing tendency in terms that business begins to realize their social responsibility and importance of it, and hopefully it will prevail in the future. Using this opportunity, I wanted to thank our team that works on development of the platform of cultural space. They live for their case, they live by their case, and hopefully this cooperation will be effective. So much, that's all from me. Thank you. Thank you, Maryna. Also, Irina Solovey, the president of the organization Garage Ghent. We know there is a crowdfunding organization, Spilno Kosht. But I know that it's not about crowdfunding today, Irina. So please, the floor is yours. Greetings. The subject of cooperation between culture and business in order to empower our communities is very important. We work with the communities from 2009, and from 2015 we've been implementing a program for empowering and bringing creative potential to the cities and towns, during which we've adapted the model of 4 capitals, which implement cultural potential. And due to the fact that we've been working with this large idea project that has been successfully operating for 9 years, so thanks to that, we can see the data, the information about participants of our citizens. Participants in these communities. So there is this platform, Big Idea, and there is Spilno Kosht initiative. In the course of these years, more than 500 projects were supported, including the projects from culture, education, media, and human rights. And generally on the platform, we have more than 60,000 operators who has found and raised more than 1,500,000 funds, and including the funds from the Ukrainian Culture Fund. So there was an additional funding for this project of about $700,000 US dollars. As you can see on the slide, and on the next one, the description of our projects, what we do. For instance, this is Skolev skiing mountain ski school. So that was a very cool, very dynamic project who received co-funding from Renaissance Fund and from the Women's Fund. Also another community from our regional medias. We are really happy to see how people learn, how they support things that they deem important. And also, on a big idea platform, we have the possibility to hold long-term fundraising campaigns for institutional activities of organizations. In particular, we have Ad Camp that unites 20,000 community of educators that have been holding these campaigns from year to year. And next slide, please. So I do agree with Maryna, the previous speaker from SoftServe, that the trend of for joint efforts for interaction is getting stronger, and there is a huge potential for co-creation between business, between local authorities and the community. Civil community citizens are new players here. But people always supported this. But now we have a public budget platform and crowdfunding platform, we can see how actively people are participating in the operations of these platforms, supporting the needed changes. And also, as the speaker from the previous panel have mentioned in particular, the partner from that supported Morshinska campaign mentioned that this co-funding allowed us to form the trust, to form the confidence in the clients. In particular, business might be interested in participation in co-funding of the projects in order to satisfy the needs and demands from the campaign's employees, in terms that the company needs to act as partners in implementing of the required changes. Approximately 71% of employees, in accordance with the studies, expect for changes like this. And companies that use this classic way of using, with this doubling of investments of the workers, donating to the projects they are interested in. Studies say that 58% of campaigns believe that this is a very important thing. So not just the companies, but also the trust of the employees, is very important, especially now that we talk about distance work, online work, short-term stay of the employees at the offices, and they are losing their link, their association with their companies. Why is it important to join and to co-fund this project? Together with businesses, together with the communities, as a result of these processes, as a result of pandemics and COVID-19, we have this gap between the trust to institutions on behalf of the poorly informed and informed citizens. And sometimes these initiatives may increase this confidence from different groups of citizens.
Let's switch to another slide. And as for I want to show that we are working with the organization Text.org.ua, that is organization of journalists, and at the moment they are still working on this dashboard, and you can see that it is maybe my colleagues will send this presentations, but but you can see that with Text.org.ua we gather data on to the implementation of the projects in culture, education, different social projects and infrastructural projects. And we have to sort this data and to understand what kind of projects get what kind of financing, which ones are successful and which are not. We have models of 4 cultures, and in the original model, they also consider the influence on economics, and we do not have this data. That is why we are looking at cultural capital, which is with the new methods of the researches, the cultural events, and a creation of cultural potential. Human resources, where we consider skills. Social capital is about mutual understanding, dialogue, and infrastructural. Maybe it is more, maybe you can understand it better, but it's not only about roads and schools, but it is also about the conditions of business, the level of corruption, the legislation, the media. And that is also a very important capital, but maybe we have to analyze it separately also. And you can see data and the platform Big Idea. And I'm the founder of this idea since 2012 to 2020, and you can easily see that social. And it is more like the individual support, and we were analyzing that as on the Big Idea. This individual support is not provided. We can see that is pretty equal division between infrastructural, cultural, and human resource. And if we see the next slide, and we can see uh, the the project which is called Dobro Yuano, we can see that they are supporting mostly two capitals, that is human and social, and you can it reflects the purposes and the objectives, and they are supporting individual support, and they do a lot to not they are not only finding the challenge, but if you switch to another slide, you can see these four capitals, and four platforms, UBB, where it is a crowdfunding platform for books, and and if we look at GoFund, and that is educational projects, and you can see that mostly infrastructural and human capitals are the biggest ones, and the way how the capitals are divided within the platforms represents what they are focused on, but it shows that we have different platforms. We have various platforms, they are different, and you can get data which will show how these platforms and the projects on these platforms enhance all the four capitals of the city. And of course, we're going to continue work on these statistics and to see the cut with the cities. But at the moment, it is a dashboard where you can see different platforms separately, and you can see successful and non-successful. And on the next slide, I added, for example, these capitals, including the projects which didn't get the funding. And here you have to be very careful because, for example, there were cultural projects, and it doesn't mean that Komobuk should not apply for something. And if we look at, for example, the data of Velika Idea, Big Idea, then you can see that there are lots of infrastructural projects, and it is not that easy to involve investments because they are mostly big ones, and people are more skeptical about them, and there is also the expectation that these projects can be supported by the state or the city. And on the next slide, there is my last message, and the cultural space as a project is based on the idea of co-founding, and this idea helps everyone to win, and on the individual, on organizational, and on the level of the cities, and everyone is growing, and the part of this the opportunity that this idea will be implemented grows, In this way, we can fight the challenges and we can have an interesting life with all this. And I want to say the last thing about this model of these four capitals. Why do we see? Why do we consider it to be very important for cultural space? Because it allows to form the unified language, unified system of estimation. We can compare different cities, we can compare platforms, and we can see how investments are harmonized with different capitals, because we can remember that projects is a combination of this capital. Thank you very much for the attention to this issue, and if we have some time, I would like to discuss how important it is for a business to estimate the effectiveness of their investments in cooperation with cultural projects, and if it is interesting for them to see if the business can see that they invest in the trust of people, of their employees, and it has much bigger impact. Thank you very much for this suggestion, but I would suggest to have the separate discussion, and not even in the framework of this forum. We have the Business Culture Hub platform, and that was our previous panel discussion in the framework of this the forum, but it is a very interesting suggestion, because business has to see, has to feel, and to estimate the effect of the investments, but they have to see also the feedback and the impact, not only social one, and that can be the topic of Business Culture Hub meeting, and maybe we can invite organization which provide such researches. On the previous meeting we had Barjami and Mhampe who would like to join us, and you have seen how many companies supported Business Culture Hub, and we are ready to organize it, because social impact and impact is a trend, and it is needed for business, and business has to see where do they invest, and in the public sector they need to understand why business needs them, and if Maryna has a comment on that, then if you want to answer, then it's okay, then it would be great. Dear colleagues, I think that in general, from my side, I can add that, yes, at the moment, it is really important to involve business in different cultural initiatives, because anyway, we need to make sure that in different projects, in different cultural projects, we have the possibility to implement them. Sometimes we have good projects, but because we do not have not enough resources, they cannot be implemented. That is why we are very glad to see the growth of social responsibility of business, and I think that this trend would remain, and that is all I can say. Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are not business, we are business institution, government. We are institution, and it is very interesting to count all these indicators and the impact, and that would be a very interesting experience for Ukrainian Cultural Fund to estimate the effect of investments for the implementation of different projects, and that can be the topic to another discussion, if you don't mind. Yes, I would be very glad. Thank you very much, and that is it. I would thank you very much, Soft Sword, Thank you very much, Ms. Irina Solovey, who is the founder of crowdfunding and driver in Ukraine, and thank you, Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, which has founded this cultural space platform, and I wish you to involve more businesses in the future and to have more cultural projects in Ukraine and even in small parts of Ukraine. And in this way, Ukraine is going to develop. Thank you very much that you were with us. We are finishing. Thank you. Thank you.